Oof. Hello, hi, hello, hi. It is once again I, Eve of Winter, unfortunately. I cannot do a cool Russian accent, so we will not have my evil counterpart today. I'm sure I could very badly attempt to do a Russian accent. Doesn't really sound like the thing I want to be doing, but I'm sure I could. Ugh. How are you doing, Vex? We're here once again to stream some Minecraft. Hope everybody's having a good day. I mean, I was making a Hollywood joke, so a really bad Russian accent would just be more authentic. That's probably true. But yeah, we're back. We are crafting the mines today. What are we doing? I don't know. Maybe we're figuring out how to hook this bee farm up to the storage. Or this bee farm. Ugh. But yeah. How you doing, Vex? Been a good day. The bees. They're doing their thing. The refugees continue. And then we got two shulker loaders over here. Oops. Don't really have a good way out of here yet, I guess. But yeah, we do have to figure out how to get the materials from here to over here. Been good, pretty chill day overall. Only had one class to attend today and it was online, so I've just been grinding. Is that just like you've been able to get ahead on the class, or what are we grinding? Or just mean getting it done? Also, Vex, do you have any suggestions for how we get items from over here up there? I feel like with this amount of distance, it's kind of a weird setup. We could put... Oh, just grinding, Okay, gotcha. Terraforma Greg. TFG is Terraforma Greg. Mod pack. As for the class, it's a rehash of things I learned in high school, so I'm a bit ahead at the moment. Nice. Dropper elevator is probably best. Yeah. Are we fine to just, like, continue the hopper lines to a pair of dropper elevators? How many hoppers do we have to put in one place for it to start to be a problem? Usually I would recommend water streams, but with how these simple loaders are laid out, routing the water stream is a bit tricky. Yeah, I was pondering the orb on that. We would have to get the droppers here. I think it would be doable, though, if we really wanted to water stream this. We'd get the items to come out to a pair of droppers that were here. Then we'd route our water this way. Oh god, okay, new answer. Replace all of those hoppers with a water stream and then run the water stream to the loader. Yeah. I wonder if we have room to put a dropper somewhere, or our items are coming out here, I want to say. Yeah, and then they're getting sucked down. And then they're getting into the line right here. And these ones are going out. This one, where is this one starting? This one I want to say starts, okay, yeah, this one starts pretty quickly here. Because this is actually just taking the materials directly out of the hives and immediately plopping it down here. So here we would have to put, like, the dropper could almost go right here, and the other one would be a water stream that's running at, like, floor level. Literally needs a 2x2, 1 white space. All right. Yeah, what does this dropper look like, Vex? Let's move our redstone over there. Hey, Ox, we might be trying to figure out how to connect these. Connect our shulker loaders. Let's get another junk. Put this down. And we'll put these, and we'll just throw all this stuff in here for now. All right. Well, you know what I always say, connect your shulker loaders. About a 2x2, 1 wide space. I'm not sure I can imagine what this dropper looks like. Every dropper I've made, I think, has been bigger. Or is this just going to be a dropper that's, like, continuously ticking to fit in that space? Because, yeah, we get this one down here into a water stream earlier, then we'll have an easier time just routing it, like I said, through the floor, and then coming up and just going in. This one, we can definitely put whatever we would want to drop them here, and then do another water stream above the floor level and send it in. But yeah. Okay, hard to explain in chat. Check the Discord. Let's go. We're going over to Discord. Okay, this is pretty much what I was expecting. This is actually dead on what I was expecting. I just wasn't sure if by saying it needed a 2x2 that you had an even smaller design than this. Because this I would call ultimately effectively a 3x3 space. One wide 3x3. Okay, gotcha. Because that would mean we would have to lower the hoppers down by like 1. If we didn't really want to alter what's going on here, we would do it like 4 hoppers in, we'd drop it down, and we'd build it here to spit into the line. Actually, can we put the hoppers... So that one is clicky. If you want it silent, I can send you an adjusted design. I'd be curious to see a silent design. I'm not mad about it clicking because I don't think it's going to be... Like, you wouldn't be clicking a whole ton. It's not going to be one of these. Where we slap these two guys facing each other and just make a bajillion tons of noise. It's actually this way, isn't it? I'll get it eventually. But, okay. Alright, please, I went to extra effort to put a silent dropper elevator on the honey side. They're a fair bit bigger. Well, Vex, what do we got? What's our silent dropper design? We might now be sending them all down into a bigger contraption in the floor. We do have there's like nothing down here. There's nothing saying we can't put a bigger contraption in the floor, but it's going to be very funny to make this incredibly elaborate to then send it to our quite simple shulker loaders. You could send us elaborately complex shulker loaders as well, just for the fun of it, to make this the most disgustingly complex backroom bee farm storage. Because I know these can get real big. Clearly what you need for this farm here is a precision shulker loader. Yeah, actually, exactly, Vex. We can then just, once we get them out of these lines, we can just combine our water streams into one water stream and then run it across the top of our precision shulker loaders to suck up exactly which item goes into which loader. It's really more efficient if you think about it. We'll just silently get our items out of the thing somewhere down below. This must be nighttime. All of our bees are gone. Or it's raining again. Amusing how often it's rain. That's actually the problem. Do. Yeah, let's see. What do I have for... I probably have some incredibly elaborate shulker loaders already. I'm sure I've gotten some at some point from Vex. Not on this, I have to go to instances. I don't even know what instance though it would have been in. Wouldn't have been, I think, in 7. Let's look. No, I don't have almost any schematics from 21.7. See, in 4, I have... Okay, I have a couple of shulkers here. But these are all... This could be one. See what this one is. Because I'm amused. Okay, so we go over here, we go back to 2110. On our schematics, we dump this thing in here. Let's go to an area with space so we can load this. I do all of my redstoning effectively right here in this area, which is kind of funny. Maybe I should build like an actual area for it, just because that would be kind of fun. So I got this thing. Let's see what this thing looks like. This sure is a shulker loader. I assume these things are tileable. It is quite tall. Actually, where does it even output these shulkers, out of curiosity? Huh, interesting. They come out the side of this? Now that I'm looking at it? Interesting. I'm also curious if this is a jack-o'-lantern for a specific reason. My brain assumes that it is. But I don't know what that could be. Or if that's just for funsies. Because light updates used to be super laggy. Okay. And so the jack-o'-lantern prevented the torch from causing light updates, but was still a solid block for redstone purposes. Gotcha. So is that something that they have relatively fixed, the light updates being laggy? Since you did say it used to be. Yes, the light engine was completely rewritten in 1.19 or 1.20. Is now orders of magnitude faster. Gotcha. But yeah, that's kind of what I the point where light suppression is nearly impossible. I do recall us learning this. In our attempts to get the light suppression in farm, the copper farm, the farm with the copper, but this thing was right here. Why is this here? Alright, so let's come over here actually again. So, this is the dropper elevator here. What about this dropper elevator design, Ox, is what would have made noise otherwise? Because obviously you've done it's a torch tower here. If a dropper fires while empty, it clicks. Okay. So are most dropper elevators then just constantly firing? And so you've run this comparator so that it only fires when there's an item? Because it's looking for a signal. You have a comparator coming out here. Not necessarily, but if the sequence isn't perfect, it'll be clicky. Gotcha. So obviously, yeah, it's got one. So it's loading the items, shoots them up into this hopper, and sends them into the bottom dropper. We have a comparator that reads that, sends it out to this torch. And then we have a pair of hoppers that I can't. Whoops, that's why I can't look inside. Okay, with a single item in them. So we got one item in here, which I assume is giving us the signal out to power the torch tower. When this signal goes that way, this comparator is reading this item in here. Alright, I've sent a probably silent dropper clock. It might click once on startup or shutdown though, not really sure. As for shulker loaders, I don't actually have one more silly for this use case than the one you're currently using, unless we get really silly. Got it. Well, I'm not too worried about making it the silliest version of what it could be. I do want to look at this. I don't know that we're actually going to build whatever this is. Oh god, that is a shulker loader if I've ever seen one. You would like to see the shulker loader. It is in the Discord. It is quite goofy. Had to find this one, but this should be silent if you increase the repeater timing. Okay, interesting. I guess let's we could slap a test one together. That was awkward. We'll come over here to our flat open area. I had to intentionally choose an old design because the new variants are much smaller. Got it, got it. That is pretty funny. I do see this looks noticeably smaller. The shrinkflation, it's come for your shulker loaders. Right, let's see, what do we need for this? We would need target block. We don't need an observer. Is this block in the bottom left-hand corner the dropper, Vex? I assume it is. Just an interesting render of a dropper I don't think I've ever seen. We would need a block, and I don't happen to have a block on me, so we're gonna have to go back and get one. Get those. We'll get these. And we need some blocks. Do I have blocks in here? Nope. Back over there. One of these. Well, the block I want. Part of it's there. There's 5 of them. That's good enough, I think. Ow. Crashed into the wall. Let's go. Alright, so this thing looks like, if I'm understanding this correctly, we got that guy. Because I want to say that's what that block is. I should have gotten rid of the target block. That's the one we're not going to need again at all. Oh no, we are going to need it. I haven't placed the target block. I see. This is pointless, actually. A dropper will always click if dropping an item into a water stream. Gotcha. Okay, so by default, I do click. I know Vex said we need to adjust this repeater timing. I don't know how. We can make it as long as we can. What does that do? Basically just adjust the speed at which it's throwing the item out. Is that more accurate? I genuinely don't know. Yes, I truly have never cared about clicky before now. I was born in the clicks. I just thought the B area was peaceful, so I made a silent dropper elevator. Well, we could always just run more hoppers until we get to the shulker loaders. Then we'll get no sound. We just put more hoppers. Easy. I do like that this is a very adjustable way of spitting the items out at a speed you want them to go, though. It's kind of fun. What could go wrong? We just add more. We just add more hoppers. Okay, Vex was saying it just so that the dropper. Adjust it so that the dropper doesn't outpace the hopper feeding it. Because then. Oh, okay. I got it. So if we do. I understand. So, I don't know what this speed. I'm not sure if what the appropriate speed to do that would be. Or it's just, they'd have to go in like one at a time. Well, they're gonna come in really slow. Mojang needs to add an unhopper. What would the unhopper even be? Hoppers are carcinogenic. Oh, I said up hopper. Got it. I see that now. My bad. I misread that. I think this would be silent if it weren't for Ox being unfortunately correct. Got it. Well, we'll leave this one here for fun. For now. Excellent quote. So, hi, Natasha. How are you doing? Ooh, we're trying to debate how to redstone. Eve, I will not be upset if you do this however you want. But I'm doing well as well. Glad that you're doing well. It sure is a Wednesday evening. We're debating how to get our items out of this bee farm. So we made a bee farm. If you haven't seen the bee farm, I have this little bee sanctuary in my base that I built to house the refugees that we saved from our copper farm perimeter, the one over here. They used to live basically in this flower forest, and a bunch of the flower forest got bombed out to make the farm. So I collected all the bees, and then I moved them into this little sanctuary down here for the bees. So now they live down here. And a couple streams ago, Ox finally built us this farm for the refugees, and so now they get to live their little lives, making their honey and things. They stayed in a shulker for like a year, so they're finally living free range bees again. I don't know redstone, so I can only be an observer. Yeah, they're out of the detention center. But we're trying to figure out how we get stuff into these shulkers. We are doing smidge of redstone, we're probably not going to do very much redstone. It's not really a thing we do on stream. It'll be a I figure this out later problem. But we're figuring out how to drop items. If you ever needed to know. And look, we can adjust the speed at which it's shooting the items out. How fun is that? Is that necessary for anything? I don't know. But we learn a little bit about things. Yeah, and so we would be putting it into a water stream. Currently, we've circumvented the need for this by simply using hoppers. And we could just use more hoppers. we could just continue the hopper line and load the hoppers directly into the machines. I think we would give Vex a small aneurysm if we did that. But we could. And it would be dead quiet if we did. Currently, our problem here is that any device we put into this area is just going to click. It's going to make a clicky noise when it operates. And so if we want to keep this area truly quiet, I think the only solution is hoppers. But I know the hopper conga line, as you put it, is not. Yeah, hoppers make the server click IRL. I know that hoppers are not a great time. So currently what we'd have to do is we got to run our hoppers. We run the hoppers over here, and then we rebuild the silent dropper elevators that Ox has put over here. And that's how we load the items. We have lithium. It's really hard these days to get enough hoppers to cause a real problem. Mojang really has been doing their optimization. It's not about the lag, it's about the principle. Yeah, so as you can see, we're having a philosophical debate about the nature of clicking and how disruptive it is. So that's as far as we've gotten today. Lol, I play on Switch. I think my game would glitch with enough hoppers. This isn't even going to be the most hoppers. The most hoppers currently are over here. They're under this thing. Which, I don't know. Have you ever acknowledged, Vex, what's happening underneath this thing? Hopper-wise? Because this guy is actually just hoppers. Hopper Central. Can you turn down the sound of dispensers? As far as we can tell, no. As far as I understand, we cannot really do anything about the sound that it makes. The clicking is basically music. It's not very good music, but it's better than what you hear people playing on public transport. It's pretty good. Natasha, I've danced to worse. Alright, Natasha, I have an important question for you. Earlier at Acorn Stream, I don't think you were there, I made a Donnie Darko reference. It was actually the Sparkle Motion quote that my stream title is today. And I'm curious if you would have caught that. You were the other person that I thought might immediately clock that reference. Because nobody understood it. It made me laugh. But I know Donnie Darko is not a culturally relevant movie for the youths. So... Whee! But there is nothing we can do about this clicking sound, in my understanding. It's just always going to click. I guess I could also ask you others, Ox and Vex. I know, I'm like, I don't even have to ask you, Ox. I know you haven't seen Donnie Darko. Okay. It would have itched a part of my brain, but not right away. I watched Donnie Darko a while ago. Yeah. I think that's fair. I've watched it somewhat recently, but the lady going up to Donnie's mom and saying this, sometimes I doubt your commitment to sparkle motion, lives in my brain rent-free. And so I quote that fairly often. But yeah. See? If you actually want to use hoppers, you can. I mean, we probably will. It's really not that big of a deal. Ox said, I only know a little about Donnie Darko because back in high school I had a crush on a girl, and her best friend posted on social media that she and the girl I had a crush on watched Donnie Darko together, so I read the Wikipedia article about it. I have never even heard of it before. Literally, the only thing I remember is that the Wikipedia article said it was a cult classic. It was a cult classic. And I do love obscure movie lines. Yeah, I like to quote obscure garbage, much to everyone's chagrin. But, Acorn was flying around again with her elytra. And so I said, sometimes I doubt your commitment to sparkle motion. And then in parentheses, I put the grounders. I think... yeah, the supposed grounder. I think that, Ox, you would not like Donnie Darko. I think, Vex, you might like Donnie Darko. But I'm incredibly confident that you would not like it, Ox. Yeah, I do remember thinking I wouldn't like it. But yes, so I think to preserve the sanctity of the bees, we will do hopper lines. It was one of those that had me going, wait, what? At the end? Yep, sure is that kind of movie. And we'll probably just copy Ox's Silent Tower here, because I'm sure it's good and does what we need it to do. We'll learn something about that. Yeah, so for now, make a beeline of hoppers. Hey, let's go. It's from YouTube. Gotcha. Yeah, for now, we will ponder the orb on what we're doing. I don't think I have the... Hey, let's go. Congratulations, Natasha. You've made it into the quote book. You did it. Ah! Oog. I'm honored. Thank you. So Twitch has added the rank of lead moderator? Ooh, how interesting. I don't know why this... Why do we even have that over here? One... We have a thing of watermelons over here. I actually don't know why we have a thing of watermelons over here. Another excellent question. Many more puns where that came from. Yo. We love puns here. I will threaten to ban you, but mostly if I'm jealous. Yeah, Ox is our other lead pun officer here. She's very good at it. What an interesting shulker of items. Anyway. What a weird collection of items we got here. So let's take out every wood item. That looks correct. Guess these are wood items. Do. But yeah, we've switched from doing one activity on stream that we have a viewer that I think doesn't really enjoy, which is doing Redstone live, to doing a task that another viewer does not really enjoy, which is manually sorting items. Hilarious for us. Eve, I was chilling. You're much less painful to watch at Redstone than others. Gotcha. Let's do that. Well, let's empty these shulkers anyway. Really, some of that was polished, wasn't it? Polished. That was only those. Cool. I only know wrong answers when it comes to Redstone. I don't know as much as I should, but I know, I think, a lot more than many people. I know we have a box for this. I feel like, given the company that I play with, I should know more about Redstone than I do. I'll just pick all that up. But I sadly don't. I know I had glow lichen in there, but apparently I used all my glow lichen, or I took it all somewhere. I actually don't know what happened there. Another Rex on this side. 5 years ago, I was just finding out item filters exist. It takes time. Where's bone meal on this thing? Bone meal's on this side. Bones and bone meal should really go in the same place, but they currently don't. Ooh, that one can go in the trash. What a satisfying, like, small incinerator noise. Honey bottle. Frog lights. Then this is just a miscellaneous garbage. What a weird... Pick all this stuff up. Nice, I can. So some of it is outright garbage. Those two. That one. Actual, just legitimate garbage. I played Minecraft for many years before realizing Minecraft farms exist and can be built. I had, like, heard the rumor of farms. I knew farms were a thing, but never really knew when I played the first time. I didn't know anybody who was possibly going to build a farm, so I was probably the most advanced player I knew. Right. The clays have been going in here, but they've been going in that shulker, so we'll worry about that later. I'm going to take a quick BRB, though, to actually run to the bathroom. So we'll take a break right here. We'll run an ad. And I will meet you all back here in a couple minutes. Feel free to step away and do literally anything else. I don't actually care that you watch this ad. In fact, I would prefer it if you find something else to do for 2 minutes. But I will be right back. Jeffrey doesn't need any more money. Well, I'm sure he'd like to think he's getting the money, but I'd like to think we can deny him that little bit. So I'll be right back. And we're back. Hope everybody had a good break. Ooh, but yeah. Wow, you were getting all your Minecraft by hand? Well, yes, up until like less than a year ago. An iron farm is the only advanced farm I've made since. Hoping to do a mob farm eventually. I mean, to be fair, if you're gonna make one farm, an iron farm is probably the most useful thing you could make. Well, that's good to know. So let's see. Do we get a chicken? Yeet. Nope. Ominous banners. This would be a mob drop, we think, right? That seems like a mob drop. I guess I put it in mob heads for some reason. Like fire charges in there for some reason. Actually, there are weird items in this thing, but I don't know why they're in here. This might originally have been more mob drop, and then it slowly morphed into heads. I think it was going to be generically mob drops, and then this one became generically mob drops. Don't know why the fire charger's in there, though. Don't even know what I would categorize a fire charge as. No, one of these has leather. There it is. So we have maps. They are over here. Goat horn. I don't know where we're going to put this. Was tired of searching for iron, started watching streamers at BAM Farms. Probably because it comes from the head of a villager captain. I too discovered advanced redstone via Twitch. What would you all categorize a goat horn as item-wise? Would we call it a mob drop? Because it doesn't really fit the bill for the rest of the mob drops. Random miscellaneous animal product or collectible item. Yeah, if it's a collectible item, it goes up here. In this chest. Tripwire hooks. I don't even know where I got these, obviously. I guess these would be redstone items? I feel like that's what a tripwire hook would be. That's smart. Maybe I'll get fancy one day. It's about as collectible as music discs, fire charge, and the pyro chest. Agreed. Tripwire hook equals redstone. Yeah. I guess we can put it up here. This has become redstone components. We got some steak. We got some glass and grass blocks, which are comedically very close to each other in this sorting. Leaves are over here. Whoops. Ominous bottles. Ominous bottles are stored in here, actually. In the trial chamber supplies. Whoops, not that one. And then, I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what this was from. It got put down here. But it did. This is obviously from partially working on the bee thing we're doing right now, would be my guess. Though I don't know why I had the composters. Gravel, my old enemy. Actually put a stonecutter back in the chest with the stonecutter on the label, which is funny. Gonna get the kids down. Have a wonderful stream. Thank you so much for stopping by. Good luck with the children, I believe. But yeah, have a great night, Natasha. Hope it all goes smoothly, obviously. Oog. Wee. Alright, I think we can take the rest of the stuff back over here. Ow. Colliding with the wall there. Do. Wee. Where did I put the red shulker down? Right over here. I don't think I'm gonna have that many hoppers, though. We're gonna have to make more hoppers. Sneaky suspicion I don't have enough of them for this. This doesn't matter, but my brain would like this one, I think, to be facing that way. I don't know if that matters. I think it matters. Because it wasn't going to load it into the next one, I believe, if we had kept it pointing the other way. So... based on what we have here... we would have to run... I don't... do hoppers care if there's power coming in underneath them? They get powered, they lock correctly. Or they lock if I'm pretty confident that's how that works. And so we might need to raise this line of them. Yeah, if they get powered from any side, they are locked. Yup. Okay, so we can't just run one right through the middle here. We need it to be one higher up. So do I have droppers? Do I have I don't think I have very many of these either. It's dispensers. Nope. I don't. So we would do these guys like here. Oh god, I'm terrible at jumping. So, Vex, what tier list are we doing today? You redeem a tier list. Nope. That's the correct way, I believe. No, actually, we want them here. Whoops, I totally missed again. Clearly, anime waifu tier list 1200 plus. That would be quite a lot of waifu ranking. Quite a lot of waifu ranking. I think I should, speaking of waifu ranking, I think I should be able to get the tier list together for next week, Vex, for Acorn. We'll see. It has the item in it, actually. Shall we do candy or chips? I think we would be better off doing candy. I don't think I have a lot of chip thoughts. We could do chips, but I don't think I would have a lot of thoughts about that one. So you'd probably be getting more bang for your buck. The other way. There's another one of these. And then our torches on the inside bits and one at the top. So then our torch goes here, here, and there. And that is basically the tower. So then all we would need to do is run these guys like that. And I think our incredibly silly system is now functional. Oh, one hopper got in there. Nope. Something is not quite correct here. I have obviously done something wrong because the honey is stopping there. See if we can figure out what I did wrong. Why this bottom one is not firing. I will take a look really quick. And I will see if I can figure out why. Because the layout seems correct, but this torch is not. On this one, the torch is lit, but this is not. That comparator is also not constantly blinking. So where'd our item in here go? Our item's in that one. Okay, that's just because the dropper elevator is inactive. Whereas yours is running. Yeah. So our item is traveling between the two, and the item is not traveling over here, it's sitting. But I'm not sure why that is. Do. It's supposed to be traveling while there are items in the elevator, which there are technically items in the elevator. Oh, we missed a torch. That's what we did here. There's a torch here. now I've created something that's constantly clicking, which is not really what we want. I think our droppers are upside down. I believe that is our actual problem here. These droppers are facing the wrong direction. Well, now we've got just honey all over the floor. So can I use this to place these in the direction I want them to face? The real question. Is any of these... See, we can get it to face any direction we want, but no. We do that one. Which way does it face? See, it still faces wrong. How do I get these guys to face the... all face up? Is there an easy way to do that? Did you say that's correct? Oh, I had the orientation correct? It was facing up? Okay. Oh, they just change their face when they're looking up? I got it. That's kind of annoying, but sure, game. Sure, buddy. Oh god, the honeycomb's all over the floor. Yeah, what is ours doing now? Now it should be inactive. So we were missing one torch. That is for sure a thing that was wrong. We were missing one torch. And I wonder now, we're not still sending honeycomb through the system. The honeycomb is getting here. Now it's not getting into the dropper. Let's get this all actually back in there for now. Interesting that it's stopping there now. Okay, so what did I miss here, Ox? I've taken a bit of a stab at this. Aside from the torch, which that was obviously... Oh, I missed another torch. Okay. There is... Oh, there's a torch on the inside of this one. The bottom torch is locking the hopper. Okay, so A, what level is that on? There's a pair of inner torches. Okay, so we missed another one there. Secondly, now this whole thing doesn't quite work because that torch is locking this hopper. So you can move the hopper line towards the loader by 1 and replace the solid diorite with a diorite slab. Okay. Because otherwise, we would have to... probably do a lot. I'm not actually sure what we would have to do there otherwise. So let's go find... Did I have slabs? I did have slabs. Neat. So we do that. And we do that now. Which will apparently allow us to do this. We've learned some things today, friends. Well, I've learned some things. Many things that you already knew. Oh. Fix our new corner. And look, I think it's silently moving our items correctly now. Now the danger is that one of these hoppers gets into the system, which would really be the worst thing that could happen here, because I believe, if I understand anything about these shulker loaders, they will not enjoy this additional item going in that is not one of the same item. Interesting that it's feeding super slowly, because I assume it's only powering every so often, and so there's a moment where the items can slip through. But I did hear the pickup sound there, so I think we're good. So let's go into C. Alright, you can move the hopper line towards your loader by 1 to dodge your torch. Or to replace the solid diorite with a diorite slab to dodge your torch. You're much easier to work with than Acorn on this wall. This. My last message would have required 2 confirmations and 3 clarifications, but in fairness, you don't have 16 voices shouting in your head, just 2. Well, I don't even think either of you would be shouting in my head. Let's be real. I would not describe what either of you two are doing as shouting in my head. Cool. So our honeycomb is now making it into the shulker. How very exciting for us. We've done it. This, however, is going to get... Eve knows me IRL and can tell you I'm incapable of shouting. Maybe Ox. There's maybe one time I can think of. But for the most part, I would agree with that statement. If I'm doing any less than playing the drums, I think I'm doing it wrong. Okay, now I'm curious. So normally I struggle to be heard, if anything. Yeah. Okay, I can agree with that. I think my brain is thinking of shouting as relative. There is shouting by your own personal standard. And there is, like, being loud enough to be heard over a crowd. Right, so let's scoop this chest up. Then we ponder the orb on this, because this is going to cause some interesting issues. This line already starts lower, but I believe by being exactly too lower, I will be able to copy this design, but simply adjust the torches and make it one taller. I think it won't cause like any problems to do that way. So we will just route those into the floor and have our contraption sunk into the floor here. But yeah, I can, hold on one second. I will DM this. Okay. And we're back. So, I suppose we don't have to start routing our... We just start routing our line first. I suppose there's no reason we shouldn't just run it at the same spot. It's just going to be in the floor now. It's interesting that I've made that bricks down there. I don't have bricks, so we're gonna have to go get those bricks. It wouldn't surprise me, Ox. It was not like... The one flaw with this design is that honey and honeycomb are now on opposite sides of the storage than they are in the farm. Ah, I see. I mean, we can fix that. We're not married to this placement yet. I see your point, though. So if we want to do that... It's actually not even hard. We just build the second one identical, and we just convert the line to run all the way to the second one. Then we just have to convert this one, sink it down. Yeah, it's not bad. Let's build the second one. We need droppers. We need droppers, and we need more hoppers to start with. Let us hop back to our storage. And commence with dropper making. Let's do droppers first. Dropper. What's in this thing? Well, that's easy. Okay. I mean, actually, the hardest part of that is just going to be that I don't have the materials. Or, like, I don't have the inventory space for the materials. I guess let's make 35 of these. I actually guess the correct option is to make 63 of them, because we have one. But here's the real problem. Dropper. Oh, no, never mind. Can hold enough inventory space. So we need one of these. We can go put the rest of this back in here. Neat. And then we need hoppers. Hoppers are chests and ingots. Do I have pre-existing chests? The question. It would seem I do not. So we go down the chain. What wood do we want to use for this? I guess we use this. We do? They've been pre-existing. I think I have a few boxes over at the store rag if you want. Well, yeah, I'm confident you do, Vex. I will maybe go grab some later. Let's just do chest. How many of these does this make? Should be enough hoppers, right? We don't need a ton more. We just need some more. So, ooh, but what's the... What's the iron to, 5 to 1? Okay. Hopper. I grabbed more than enough, so... I just grabbed everything out of there, as you all saw. Some of those back. And we'll put these back for now. But yeah, I will maybe go grab some stuff from the store ag later. Because it would make sense to have some of that stuff. I actually now use some degree of redstone components, so having more of them would be good. So anyway, let us do... We loved it so much for the first time, let's do it again. Whoops. I can't believe that works. Alright, sure. Oh, that one doesn't work, unfortunately. Oh, it did work. Nice. We're doing it. So, we have our converter out. We have these two blocks here. We're also going to need to do this one. You shall have to become the slab. Go there. So now you have to move because you're in the way. We go here. We'll go platforming. Cool. That's in the correct position. I believe those are all, and then we were missing this one. We missed a lot of those torches the first time around. I just didn't see them all. Okay, there. Now, we really struggled with the hoppers facing into each other the first time. I don't really know if there's a better way to do that. Right, I believe I usually place a hopper down, hopper into it, then break the first hopper and place it correctly. Gotcha. So you said you place a hopper down, place a hopper into it, then break that one. Ah. Okay. I like it. That's much smarter. Alright, anyway. Just scoop you two out of here. Alright, cool. So now we will be able to take this, put it there, break that one, and connect our new line going that way. So I unfortunately must go, as I have to get up early tomorrow for school. Have a good stream, though. Alright, good night, Vex. Good luck at school. Hope it goes well. Alright, we gotta go over here, because this is not... Actually... That's just a problem in general. Put 5 of those there. And where are the other ones in here? Interesting that... Huh. Okay, anyway. See how much got in there. Almost. Hee-haw, let's see how much got in there. Yup. I actually am not entirely sure, though. I assume because I broke it that that's why it didn't fire. Let's just reload these in to the system. Because otherwise I'm not... Unless I'm misunderstanding, you may have to ensure that there is at least one shulker box in the dropper dispenser. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because that's not what I wanted. I was wondering how this works. Because is this not powered? So is it locked? I thought that's how that worked. This one underneath it here is going to be locking it. They'll unpower when the shulker is full and the comparator lights. Okay. So we'll put one here just for now. And we'll take one of these. And we'll put it, whoops, we'll put that one there. Put the rest of them up there. And we'll see if they work. Anyway, back to what we were doing. So, this should not require... Oof. Hey, man boob, how are you? We're doing redstone. It's very exciting. I'm not very good at it, but we're here. We're doing it. So we break those. We break that. Well, basically, we break this whole section right here for now. And we go into the floor. Let's go. So, new hopper line. Okay, so let's start with putting the droppers in. I want to get back into the floor here. Our new droppers go here. Nope. They go there. Let's break our floor here. This is all going to be bricks. I forgot to get the bricks again, so we still don't have them. Let's go find the bricks. We need those. I don't know why I made it bricks down there, but it's bricks. So we're gonna continue with bricks. We might need more bricks. Let's be real. But yeah, how are you doing, man boob? Hope you're having a good day. I know it is like early, it's maybe like afternoon or early evening over there. Forget precisely how many. I know you're quite many hours ahead of where I am. Because it's still where do we go? We're gonna want to have the line. Okay, so we do need to clear this one here. Because it is still Wednesday evening over here. And I know it's not Wednesday evening. It's not even Wednesday over there. So we want these now. Oh God. That didn't work. Okay, so now those are facing the correct direction. Oh God. I'm still crouched. I'm always kind of surprised that you can actually crouch or jump while crouching in Minecraft. Not gonna lie. So we have the bricks now. We can put them in, finally. So we have comparator out. We have a pair of these here, like so. We need to rip out this. I forgot, it's one more. We have hopper Hopper. Hopper. God, placing stuff down here. Cool. Put the item in. Grab these. Why do you have... because I messed that up. And that is the only reason, Ox. There is no other reason. They will be the other way around when we go and we fix that. But for now, they shall be wrong. That one, that one, that one, that one. Now I believe, if I've understood everything about how this system works, this one is now operational. So we'll go back here and we'll grab a bunch of those guys, put them over there for now. I momentarily, Ox, forgot what we were doing, and that the new system was going to see them sent that direction. But now they are correct. So now we can come down here, collect our honey, break this, send that, break that, make sure that that didn't. Well, I don't know that it got into the system, but if it did, we gotta find it. Did anybody clock if I picked up that hopper? Or did it get sent? Honeycomb is going there. If I picked it, if I didn't pick it up, it went. It would have actually gotten to the shulker by now, so I believe I did not. I believe I picked it up. We'll connect that now, and we'll throw these in, and we will see if it works. It should already probably be lighting off, which implies to me that it didn't work for some reason. Let's see. Yep, that's stopping right there. It's because I put the hoppers going into the wrong spot. That's what happened. Okay. I did the thing again. So it does run exactly parallel to the other line, which I should have known, and I just messed up again, apparently. Okay, so our new one should go there, and these go here, like so. And we're trapped. We're trapped in the redstone. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Okay. Let's try this again with less goofy screw up. And we'll see if it's lighting correctly now. Yep. It is now operating correctly. satisfying, to be honest. Well, I'm glad, Ox. Yeah, we did it! We got it working! Hooray! Ow, 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 ow. Yippee! I'll probably adjust this to give it a little more space. But otherwise... seems like we have it operating. And the storage is working now. Is there a reason, Ox, that they sometimes blink like this so much longer? Because it's obviously, it's not sending items right now. Does it operate for... oh no, it is sending items. Oh, okay. This one just sends them quite slowly. It just hasn't finished them out of there yet. I forgot we sent them all back in. So it's not a... it's sending them normal speed, but it's drawing from the 9 stacks at random. Yeah. Obviously, we're never going to get this many at once again, going through the system. So these towers won't be running quite as long at any point again. But yeah. So I wasn't the worst Redstone on-stream experience, Ox. You were perfectly fine. Is that mostly because I was not having to, like... A, I had help, B, I was not trying to do anything complicated, and C, I was not incredibly having to figure it out on my own. And I guess D, when, like, say, Vex tells me something, or you tell me something, I do think I am able to rather quickly put together what I was just told without having to, like, ask a lot of questions, or I'm just able to be like, oh, okay, I get it. I'm doing that now. But yeah, happy that this worked out. Mostly D, you generally get it. Okay. Well, very exciting to have this working. Whoops. Let's go get... obviously, the shulkers are not a problem. Like, we're not going to run out of shulkers here soon. But we might as well stick a bunch in there, just so we don't have to think about it anytime soon. Is all of the redstone components. I will need to make more torches. That ran us amusingly low on torches. But I don't know. Again, I feel very satisfied that we got that done. Should be more than enough for what we want here. I feel very satisfied with the result. I'm glad. I generally agree with you. Okay, so we want that. And then we want that. Now we will simply not think about it for a long time. Could I load it with more? Yes. Will either of these have a shulker soon? Or 64 shulkers anytime soon? Probably not. So we have time to worry about it later. Yeah. The only thing I might do is I might adjust this corner. I think I will actually do that right now. No, okay, I guess actually, here's a question. Do you think it's more aesthetic, Ox, to have it turn right here, or to turn right here in the middle? Okay, I also got the letter from Blue Shield with my subscriber number today, so now I'm signed up online and can get my ID cards. Hooray! I generally prefer fewer turns, so the way it is right now, gotcha. The only argument I would see for changing it a little bit is that my brain would also not hate adjusting it so that it's like directly in between the things that it's doing. It's less about, because we're not technically adding more turns. Technically the turn, even though you can't see the first turn, the turn already exists. I think if I had actually made it 5 here, because technically the edge of it is here, so I can't actually center it. So we're going to leave it the way it is. But if I had made this 5 on accident, or an odd number, I would switch it to the middle one. But I can't. So none of them will be technically in the middle if I do that. Ugh. So it'll be okay the way it is right now. Yawn. But that will allow me to do more work finalizing this room. Should we put composters on top of all of these hoppers, Ox? Is that actually a thing we should be doing with them, out of curiosity? Because I know you've done it up there. Which I'm not 100% sure I understand. I know you've told me. Say yes, partly because tradition and partly to prevent anything falling in them, and it does help some with lag. Okay, we'll do it. We will have to make more composters. So let me see if I can remember. The falling stuff falling into them, pretty obvious. Composter. I know you explained to... They're made out of slabs? That's interesting. I know you explained to me one time why that helps. And I don't think I recall the explanation, but I recall asking you about why it helps, which is funny. Oh god, I dislike making slabs. Well, we now have a lot of them. I'm not gonna bother with that. Alright. Composter? What does that make? I didn't even make a full stack of the things. That's fine. Send those there. Send them back. Oh, we actually even just had some. Hoppers check every tick to see if an item is above them and they can grab it. If a block with an inventory is above them, they'll check the inventory instead, which is faster. And composters are the fastest to check because they only have to check block state. Ah, I see. So the composter has an inventory, but it's a different kind of inventory than other containers because it's basically the compost level of stuff. Because composters are both like an item with an inventory because items can go into them, but then they're also a block that automatically processes that item. So you don't think it actually has an inventory at all? Would you? So like my only reason that I would say that I thought it had an inventory is just again because items do go in, but so there must be like a moment where the item is in there and then the game like processes, okay, this item is now supposed to be converted into this thing, and now it's like the compost level. I suppose we should put them on top too. All right, see if I can platform my way up there. But you might be right. It might just have like nothing at all. I don't actually know. Should I adjust the ones in the floor, or are those fine? Fine to leave a few of them kind of wacky. Okay, no, the item never exists in the composter. The game adjusts the level when the interaction occurs. Okay. Got it. The ones under the floor are fine since 1.21 or something. Okay. So we'll put one there, we'll put one there. Because they are not quite under the floor yet. Well, I guess we should just make them under the floor. Alright, let's see if we can pick these up without getting them sucked into the system. No, we can't. They immediately get sucked in. So we're gonna have to go pull them out of the other side. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. So we'll put that there. There's no way we catch them at any point before they're already in the shulker, I believe. Maybe. Actually, maybe they got caught in the jam. No, they're going to the shorter end. So they, in theory, are already long here. Yep, there they are. Cool. And let's put that back. And let's send those in there. And let's go all the way over here. like I'm seeing some degree of okay, let's get over here. Yeah, I feel like I'm seeing some degree of frame dropping, but it's just kind of all over. My computer maybe is just not happy today. With the combination of playing the game and streaming, I don't think it's particularly noticeable that badly. It's there, but it's not noticeable on stream. Gotcha. I think I have a particularly sharp eye for frame rate stuff. I also think I have a particularly sharp eye for resolution issues in a way that I think many people don't. You and your real games. Yeah. Something about that, but like, I am definitely a person who could have easily told you the difference between, is this 720p and is this 1080p? I would like to think that we can all tell the difference between 1080p and 4K now. Surely that's a thing that like you can see. You have to be able to see that difference. And if the average person cannot still spot that, I am shocked. It depends on distance, but it's like a relatively long distance, in my opinion, for those two. I would love to do a comparison, like at what distance it becomes impossible to tell. But yeah. All right. Anyway, bee farm complete. I don't think I want to do take off your glasses and see if you can tell. Otherwise, you're just cheating. How is that cheating specifically? But I was about to say, I don't think I feel like attempting to do the decoration now. I'm glad we got this done. You've got that optometrist enhanced vision. Okay. Okay. But yeah, I'm glad we've got this working though. I'll figure out exactly how I want to decorate or space this later. And where we're yet again where we are going to come into this thing, because my new original idea was to have a center on this side, but now this is truly redstone. So unless I want to push the room out by one again, which I could do, add another section here and make the back room bigger. Oh no, redstone in the redstone room. Yeah, the problem is just that, again, the original, once we adjusted it, the plan was to put the door here. So we can't put the door there because we can't come in directly at the composter. So we would have to yet again move it out a little bit farther to be able to put the redstone door in for the redstone back room. Or we come up with a new elaborate way in. Maybe we make it an elevator that comes up out of the floor here. Maybe we put another Eve-levator into this thing. No, because that thing's loud. Why put the door all the way over here? Nothing else is out here. Well, I'm saying Ox went, so my idea was to connect to the redstone tunnels. So to have a redstone tunnel that somehow reaches us all the way over here. So we would need a redstone door that enters into this back room. There's currently not going to be a door into this room, except for wherever we put the redstone entrance door. Well, so the problem is we can't put it in this wall, because this wall is the house, literally on the other side. We're going to struggle to put it on this wall, because this wall is the river. Maybe we can get it here at this level, but like we're going to be cutting it so close with the river. And so currently, I think, Ox, that the tunnel, the redstone tunnel, I think is going to run on this side. I think the current, because the redstone tunnel that we're plotting is also going to hit this room here. So we're going to have a tunnel that cuts through this area, going this way, and then eventually ends in the redstone room here. Because we also want to add one to this room, and this one's easy. It can go right there. So we would have it go that way. This one, I'm not sure how, so, but like the currently I don't know how we're connecting to the other set of redstone maintenance tunnels, like where the connection is going to be, because we could add it somewhere over here. Like we could just continue this branch path, but then we definitely have to go this way, and we definitely then have to go like this far out. And then we have to come up and hit this room somewhere where we can put an entrance. That would probably be here. And then we would continue along to connect to this room all the way over here. So I think that might be what we have to do at the end of the day. It's just going to be very elaborate. We pondered the orb, is really what's happening. But originally, I didn't really want to hit this wall because we're going to be in the river here. There is already this kind of pre-existing bulge right here that might give us enough space if we put it in this area. But it's just that I've been using the same door entry mechanism, and it's not exactly small. I've been using this for every redstone door. I'm in free cam again. And I had kind of intended to use this for all of them, to make them all identical, but it's relatively thick. The problem was that this was designed to not go down into the floor at all because there was already existing redstone underneath, so I needed a design that didn't go lower into the ground. But I needed it to not go too high up into the ceiling either. And so that resulted in a, what is this, 4-block thick? It's 1, 2, 3, 4 tall. So it's 4 thick, 4 tall. But what is it? It's actually like 7 wide. So it's 4 by 7 by 4. So we put one, say we put it here. We're fine, basically, because it actually is not very tall. Again, it should clear the river just fine. But the problem becomes the tunnel that goes behind it. It's not actually necessarily the door that's the issue. It's that if I put it here, so it's 4 into the wall. So we'd go 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're this far in, and then we gotta put like a little room or a tunnel there. And so that's just like literally directly under the river. We maybe would have to terraform the bottom of the river to raise it a tiny bit in the areas where the room and tunnel entrance are. That's the only... We would just do that, I guess. But we're always working in such like an interestingly confined space. Originally, this corner of this house was going to be a door. Originally, the secret door that's over here was going to be over here. But I adjusted that design at some point, and then this got built here. So it's just like, I'm operating. Look at how close everything is to colliding in this corner now. So we've got a new setup where we just have, like, truly we've crashed everything as close as humanly possible. Secret door, the door bright red in a light colored wall. I mean, it's fine. Yeah, that secret door. No, not the mangrove doors. But anyway, yeah, so we got things working here, though. I think this is a good accomplishment for today. I've learned redstone things. I now know how to make a silent dropper elevator. I'm sure this will be useful. I'm sure that'll actually be useful. I've learned this slab thing. This will also be useful. And for whatever good it does me, I have learned to make a dropper that spits things at variable speeds. Got this guy. But yeah, we slowly learn more redstone things. Very exciting. One day, I will know things, and it will be very exciting. I'd actually be kind of curious to build another one of these, but standing alone, the door, and see if I could now understand exactly how the door was operating itself. Because I'm not sure the last time I built one of these if I actually really understood every step of what was happening. I think it's relatively simple. And just, but I don't know that like I followed exactly how it was sending the power to operate everything around the system, because it's sending it like through a lot of its own components. We're going to take another quick break right here, though, and then we're probably going to go ahead and switch over to play our little bit of League of Legends. Unless anyone else has any good ideas for Minecraft. But let's take a quick break, and I will be right back. Team of feet. What does that mean? Team of feet. Oh, it's like League of Legends. I got it. That's awful, actually. Truly an awful thing you've come up with. I'll be right back, though. We'll take a break. Go ahead, get up, get out of here. Do a thing. I will see you back in 2 minutes. All right, we're back. Let's go. Woo! But yeah, we're back. Hope everybody had a good break. Or if you're still on your break, that's cool too. How did I keep this on accident? All right. Impressive of me. Put some stuff down, though. Yeah, so I think next stream either we'll be working on the actual storage room, because like we have the storage, but we don't have the room, which is kind of funny. It will be incredibly funny once we get all this done. This B area is going to be like the most elaborate part of the base thus far, because it'll be like we got a P environment, we'll have a farm, we'll have the most complex storage that we've built, it'll have a secret entrance door, it'll have a piston, like a day-night cycle powered redstone up here. I feel like the melon area is more elaborate. Because the storage is just as complex and it has music. I think the storage is ever so slightly less complex, but I take your point. I do think that the music is really driving it. I guess we also have a big crafter thing going on here. But would you call the water stream system more or less elaborate than the dropper system that's over there? Whee! I guess that's the biggest point of difference with the storage. Is that this has no droppers involved at any point. No, actually there's a dropper here. Never mind. There's one dropper system in this whole thing. Because I have to eject the shulkers into the water stream. So we have a dropper system happening. That's one more component. So I might say that's even then. But obviously, yeah, nothing is coming close to this in complexity. I don't think I will ever build anything in this base that will be as complex as this. I think the bottle recycling maybe gives a complexity edge to the bee crafting setup. Got it, yeah. Even though there are fewer crafters. Because yeah, these crafters are not having to do very much. They're simply receiving their items, and then they are crafting every so often. Whee! I guess I have a question for you, Ox. Would you call this machine, the music machine, very complex? Or would you call it relatively simple, and it's just that, like, obviously the theory behind it is complex, the actual device itself not complex? Because I do feel like the principle of how this thing functions on a redstone level, not actually incredibly complex. The things that had to be done to get it to actually work is where all the complexity happened. Like, to get it all, just to play the right notes, to play them in the right timing. I think it's arbitrary in that regard. Depends on your definition, I guess. Yeah, and that's why I'm asking. The way that you define it, would you call this a complex machine? How you personally look at redstone? Because I think I would call it a complex machine, even though it's not complex in the way it functions. Because, like, we fly over here, this thing is, like, significantly more deranged, I think. It's complex And obviously it doesn't even work. Okay, I would, so you would call it complex. I would, because there are a lot of repeater timings and there are actually a number of gotchas in the switch mechanism. Okay. In the switch mechanism, let's go. Here it is. We're back. So the switch mechanism is sending power in, but it has this one torch that's on the side, which is interesting because this torch is going to send the power here. So when the machine is on, what's happening here? So actually the machine is off and the line is powered. So it's when power stops going through here, this piston retracts, which completes the power circuit for this thing, actually. So when this block pulls up, it'll transfer the power through that line. This torch will go on, causing that to move, which I believe will cause that to play, to move that down. This block is the thing, or this here is when the signal gets here, but the machine is on. Well, this is when the machine is running, the signal comes back here, but if it's already been turned off, this is to divert and to retract this block. So this is the thing that shuts it off, or like tells it to stop. Professional redstoner Eve, perhaps of winter. Hi, Alyssa. I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best to understand the logic of what's happening here with the information I have. Yeah, that's to prevent it from playing twice if you turn it off and on again while playing. Oh, okay. That's in like a lever fail-safe to stop it from being able to flick really quick and cause a chaotic nightmare. God, I went down a rabbit hole with autocrafters the other day and finally understood comparators. So it doesn't push the redstone block back to the starting position until the loop ends. Yeah, that's what I was seeing. I was like, okay, so it pushes it back once the loop comes back here. And then once that block is back pushed, that's what allows the machine to start again. But yeah, hooray, Alyssa, finally understanding comparators. Let's go. What were you trying to craft? Here are the first crafters that I ever built. They hang out here. Crafting melons. There went one right as we spoke about a melon. Those are the first crafters I ever built. And these are the first shulker loaders I ever built. Hanging out back here. But, oh, whoops, we're in the wrong camera again. We spent today making our bee farm storage. I just wanted to dig around with making auto crafters for farms I probably have no need to make because the server has mega versions of those farms. Sometimes I get a redstone in my bonnet and decide I want a redstone. And then I fry my brain and go back to decorating. Gotcha. The key to happiness in redstone is not to comparator your skills with others. Ha 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 ha. Hee hee. Excellent joke, actually. Anyway, like I was saying, we now have a farm that's loading all our honey and honeycomb into our storage. So yay, we have storage. This is officially the first, like, real store. No, I guess it's not officially. I guess the other one does work. Technically, this is the first storage system I've ever built over here, because we are sending... Like, I didn't finish it, but we are indeed sending the shulkers here. Currently over here. But I've learned a lot. And then you're like, damn, I better go get a bonnet for this redstone. Also, composters are super iconic and can output a redstone signal via a comparator based on the level of compost. Yup. We're doing that down here. Yeah, and chiseled bookshelves apparently output a redstone signal based on the last slot interacted with. Yup. I knew that one, because I know you can make secret doors with the chiseled bookshelves. Because you could put it so that, like, if you make it so if you put a certain book into a book into a certain spot, then a secret door will open. I've seen that somewhere, and so I knew that that worked that way. And it's super confusing if you don't know that rule. Yup. It's not an intuitive rule, I gotta say. But it is cool, because again, it allows you to do cool secret door stuff. But yeah, we're inching closer and closer to having a fully functional bee habitat. We gotta do the storage. We gotta wrap up the back room. And then we have to tackle the major problem, the ceiling of the bee room. To be honest, it's the only thing I'm aware of that functions like that instead of based on how full the shelf is. So I'm not surprised you didn't know. Yeah, that's what it thought. That's how I would have thought it would work. Is that you would think it was based on the number of books, not the last book that was placed. Because the one thing I noticed when doing my comparator shenanigans, it was always based on how full. Yeah, and it, for the most part, seems to be that. And then bookshelves exist. It's like the lectern thing, too, where lecterns are just based on what book page you're on. Yeah, I know the lectern one as well. Because this stupid thing functions on the lectern system. Let's go back to it. We're gonna look at it again. We must acknowledge it. This one is choosing your teleportation destination based on this lectern. See, it's randomly working again. At least for now. Yeah, this is the kidnapper, Alyssa. When there's no physical damage on your league team, that's a major problem. And then, yeah, unless you're a lectern, then a blank book just outputs 15, or you can make pages and adjust the signal. Yep. I mean, it's really not considering that your destination is always here. Yeah, I mean, it's the kidnapper in the sense that I'll be working on random stuff in my base and then suddenly I'll be down here. That's why I call it the kidnapper, because it happened a few times where it would just randomly drag me down there, and I'm like, oh, I'm down here again. I suppose it will eventually do it to Vex. Vex, I believe, has pearls in it, but, I mean, that would require Vex to actually play the game. So it's going to be a really long time before it does that. And he might take it down before then. You can never let them get you to the second location. Street Smarts meme. I guess I got saved by the fact that I picked one of the most difficult spots to load pearls into, and so I couldn't get a lot of pearls into the machine. Therefore, it only had a very few limited number of times it could teleport me back in against my will. And, yeah. So it doesn't anymore. I did hit that point where it teleported me once, and I was like, oh god. And then it did it like 5 times in incredibly rapid succession, and then it's done. It will not teleport me again because it has no more pearls in it. But I believe Vex has pearls in it, so it will eventually do it to him. Yes, it was only a handful of kidnappings. It does lie in wait. All right, so let's go to the desktop. Let's attempt to launch League of Legends. Let us change our category to League of Legends. Let's see how long it takes. I have successfully cleaned my kitchen counters. Nice. Congratulations, Alyssa. You did it. Adulting accomplished. Let's go. Cleaning kitchen counters is a chore. We all understand your pain. I did. Now I just have to make food. Oh no. I did get the list done, though, I believe. So now I just gotta make this thing. Oh no, not the thing that causes you to clean your counters. Oh god. Yeah, that one was a Vex ask. I believe we had a total of 8 or 9 contributors to this list. Let me think really quick. I believe it was 9, and I believe it was 6 women and 3 men contributed characters to the list. Yeah, oh, hey, what's up, Artemis? How you doing? I added Chun-Li because I was like, we gotta get Chun-Li in here. I added, the tall vampire. Because I was like, wait, how did we forget about the tall vampire? Been at this for 8 years. It doesn't end. I assume you mean the having to clean your kitchen counters, Ox. Making things that cause you to have to clean your kitchen counters. The lore with Nagi is very funny. I don't know the lore with that character. If you'd like to share. But I am curious. And yes, Miss Big Vampire Lady. Yep. She got on here. The list is 10% vampires, which is very funny. Unless there are secret vampires I don't know. Some of these characters could be vampires. The Hex Girls are not vampires, but they are vampire-coded. It is the tall lady from Resident Evil. Giant woman. But yeah. I only know this because Alyssa sent me a meme about her years ago. Got it. That's funny. Yeah, so now I gotta go through and I gotta crop the images for the list. But otherwise, we got characters. We've made a list. It's gonna be exciting. Another one, Artemis, that we didn't think of that I thought of later and had to throw on here was the worst hair ever, Bayonetta. I had to use this image. I do think Bayonetta 2 images are, like, objectively better, but I'm committed to using the most OG iconic appearance that I can. And so I was like, nope, it has to be original game Bayonetta. It can't be the second game Bayonetta. Even though I despise this hairstyle, I loathe it with a passion. Bayonetta 1's design upsets me to my core. Oh yeah, Lamau? What is that in the boob window? I don't know what's happening here, Ox. I have not played this game. You want to know what's actually way more cursed? Absolutely, we commit to our janky OG art styles. Here is a comment for the Nagi lore. Learning that the author of Ruri Rocks likes to draw size-different NSFW Yuri makes everything fall into place. Lamau. It really does. It really does. Wow. I've learned a thing. Okay, but also, Ox, questioning this is not actually the important part of questioning Bayonetta's design. It's good though. I cackled so hard when I found out. It's pretty good. Here's my thing to point out to you, Ox. Okay, this is Bayonetta's hair, right? So Bayonetta's hair, if we follow the spiral of Bayonetta's hair, we go up, then we come back down. Okay. Okay. Point to me, where exactly does Bayonetta's hair end in this design? Because it doesn't. Look at it. It just morphs down in here, right? It just keeps going. And the thing that's not, I think, obvious about Bayonetta's design in this, no, Ox, it's worse. Bayonetta. Let's go find another picture of Bayonetta because we're doing this now. I actually don't know. Do you know what I'm getting at here, Alyssa? Out of curiosity, I think or not Ox. I think Artemis might know what I'm driving at here about Bayonetta's design. I hate it. I deeply detest. She's like super iconic, but it is truly terrible. I hate it so much. Here's like a sane Bayonetta image, I guess. Open image in new tab. Cool. Okay. So Mao, AIS art, Bayonetta with AI art before AR, Lamau Ox, same Brame. IDK Bayonetta things, I live under a rock. Okay, well, this is a horrible moment for us all then. Because, as you can see, Bayonetta's hair in her design does not end at any point. And you can see these, like, arm, elbow, tassel bit things. That looks like more hair, doesn't it, right? What's happening with Bayonetta's design is her whole outfit is her hair. No, it's the other way, Ox. What if her whole outfit is her hair? It's not that what if that's not her hair, what if that's a hood of her outfit? I mean, that's true. It is the hood of her outfit, because her outfit is entirely made of her own hair. It's all hair. So you get it's obvious in moments, like if we were to watch the gameplay of Bayonetta, and we're not going to see it really in these images because they're getting like filtered for safe for work images, but Bayonetta has a lot of attacks that use her hair as a weapon, and in the moments that you do that, it like peels off basically her entire outfit because she turns her hair into weapons. And it's not her clothes when she's doing that. It's quite an insane game. So what an insane time Bayonetta is. But I know she's super popular, so I was like, oh wait a minute, I gotta put Bayonetta on this list. She is quite iconic. Not in a way that I particularly like. That is the weirdest excuse for gratuitous nudity I've ever heard. Yep. That's it, though. That's what we're doing in Bayonetta. And we're all slightly more educated. Congratulations, friends. Was this information we wanted? Probably not, but we have it now. I don't know. IDK, what game this is actually. Oh, it's just called Bayonetta. Literally, it's just called Bayonetta. So... and I did miss this message back here, Ox. My problem is that that's not the kind of gun you put a Bayonetta on. That's awful. Bayonetta said, pasties, I can do you one better. Honestly, that just makes me think of Dish having Cyberpunk Knuckles stripped before doing the boxing match. That's pretty cursed. But yeah, so Bayonetta's here now. I added a lot of fighting game characters. I didn't add any Skullgirls characters because I debated. Some of them are good designs, but I didn't think the art style would do well for this. Oh, Kim's mom is on the list because I got a direct request to put Kim Possible on the list. And so I have put characters that were directly requested by somebody. I would not put Kim Possible on this list. I'm going to throw it out there. I would, if given full reign and not trying to make this tier list for a stream, ejected, get her out of here, because Kim Possible is probably the most, hands down, the youngest character on this list. The only one that I'm like, I actually don't think this character is an adult. And so I'm like, I would jettison you in an instant. So I was like, okay, if I'm putting Kim Possible in the list, I'm putting the mom in the list. And that's what we're doing here. So that's how that happened. Yeah. And so, like, Shigo was always going to go on the list. But what's it called? Yeah, Shigo was always going on the list. And so because Shigo was going on the list, somebody in Acorn Stream was like, yeah, you gotta have Kim Possible on the list too. And I was like, I don't, but I'll put it because you specifically asked for it. And you are someone that Acorn really likes, and so your character can go on the list, but I'm not thrilled about it. I disagree, respectfully. Yeah, I disagree. So that's how we ended up with that. I think every other vaguely age questionable character got ejected from the list. There may be some I'm not entirely sure because I'm not super like some of the requested characters really could be the unclears because I don't know how old a lot of them are. None of their designs read particularly in a way that makes me worried about it. But like also speaking of Nagi, I could not begin to guess an age for this character based on this design. I have nothing for you here. Nothing about this gives me an indicator aside from my brain would be like, well, surely adult, but I know anime and I know that's not true, so God knows. Yeah, Nagi is college, late college, graduated. Yeah. Unclear. I'm trusting the contributors. I just don't remember. My friend showed me a few episodes of the anime. I just don't remember how far out of college she is. She is definitely not a child, though, which is good. Good for us. Hooray. Hooray for that. I'm very curious how this is going to go, though, because OMG, Amber did Shigo inspired makeup. Hey, Wanderer, how are you? Hope you're having a good evening. We're talking about this 100 sexy lady tier list I'm having to make for my friend's stream. And we're reviewing our 100 characters we've collected for the list. It's been a very silly thing we're doing. But we are making our own tier list. This is a list that really does. Okay, I'm gonna go now and go make food. Good luck, Alyssa. Yeah, are you making fried rice? Is Azox asking because she has insider knowledge. But yeah, how are you doing, Wanderer? Have you been having a good day? I'm curious if you have thoughts about our list of characters. If you'd have suggestions of characters. I haven't actually started to making the tier list yet, so we can still take contributions. I have some truly personal picks that I'm like, okay, I'm gonna truly get like Mega Lulled on some of these because like nobody's gonna know this character. I'll be shocked if anybody knows this character. I'll be shocked if anybody knows this character. I'll be kind of shocked if anybody knows this character. Let's see, what are other ones that I expect to get just like completely hooed on? Okay, then you're doing pretty well. That's good. Definitely have some good choices on there. I hope so. I hope we've come up with something pretty good. She looks iconic. Yeah, they should all be iconic, Alyssa. You told me who the first one was, and I already don't remember. It's pretty good. This list just really tells you. It's like, I think I contributed probably the bulk of the list, probably like 60-ish to 70 of the characters are probably my picks. And It just tells you that I'm old. That's what the list tells you. But if somebody, I'm serious, I told Acorn, if we get people going like who on Xena, I'm going to call for bans. I'm going to say we have to ban these people, Acorn, unfortunately. It's going to be that meme. It's going to be the looks like we're going to have to kill this guy meme. Because it's just like, it's going to happen. Oh, I couldn't find a good picture. I thought about Jessica Rabbit. You're right. I will probably go through and add her and pull somebody out. I want to keep it at 100. I just gotta find a good picture. One of my problems with Jessica Rabbit was specifically just trying to find a decent picture was miserable. Jessica Rabbit. And then like trying to sort out actual screenshots from all the other filler garbage was just like, okay, I got frustrated with it. So I will probably go back and try to sort that because I do think that that's a big oversight on the list. I think she is just like so peak iconic. But yeah, as Artemis has pointed out, she does have an aggressive amount of Gunnar art, and it really clouds the search. Eve's gonna request a ban command that triggers a poll like Dishmade. Yeah, we're gonna need one. We're gonna get a few that I'm just gonna be like, I'm gonna be mad. I'm gonna be mad about them. It's gonna be really funny. If we get any who's here as well on Morticia, I will rage. I will tilt out of my mind. So I also definitely this is like a known thing, I think. The only reason I know who that is because I played in the pit orchestra for a production of Addams Family the musical. Well, that's interesting. That's fun. But see, even you know, Ox. You did it. Oh, is it? Okay. Someone who's Morticia and a trapdoor opens up beneath them. Yeah, it should, though. Oh, hey, Cat Dad. How you doing? Dun dun dun, I reveal my lurk. You've activated my trap card. Well, welcome in. How you doing? How's your day been? We're going over, if you've heard, we're going over our list of characters for our Hot Lady tier list that we're assembling. See, like, I don't expect a lot of people to know who this is, and I don't think I'd be particularly mad that they're not going to know who this is, but that's their own loss. Let's be real. Morticia would be even worse since there was an active series with the Addams Family in the last 5 years. Yeah. It's been okay. Just been lurking here and decided to finally actually start listening. Keck W. Nice, nice. Well, we're happy to have you. Very funny times. will be had when we get to actually do this tier list on the stream. Like, I haven't even watched it, but I couldn't escape the ads or people talking about it. And I live in a hole. Yeah. OMG, even chat, I have important news. What is the important news, Ox? I'm very excited. Yeah, what Alyssa, the eyes? What's the important news? You're an important news. Dun dun dun. "474 colleagues from my company already solved LinkedIn puzzles." I don't even have a clue where this is going or what that means. I don't know why this is important news, but they emailed me about it, so it must be. What? That's strange and baffling. What does it mean? Yeah. What are LinkedIn puzzles? What? Of all the characters on this tier list, I think my number one pick will be Deeply Unsuspecting. I guess it depends on exactly how I were to rank the criteria, but Deeply Unsuspecting moment, the character that's going to be, lol, it's just spam from LinkedIn. Oh, okay. Got it. My very high-rated character that I think people will not expect to be incredibly high-rated is this one. This Dragon Age character is going to be, like, incredibly high on this list. Oh, you put Arlecchino on here? Father? What? But yes, I did. Ew. Oh, Yennefer is not on the list. That's another really good pick. Let's bring the tab back. That, surely... Yennefer is not on the list. That's a good one. Why is Arlecchino father, though? Oh, okay. Arl refers to herself as father of a house of orphans canonically in the game. I understand. Yennefer... Let's see, what do we get? Why don't we just image search Yennefer? We're gonna get a lot of Netflix show, aren't we? We don't want that. Give me the game. I shall continue my lurk, for I am drawing, but wanted to let my presence be known. All right, Cat Dad, good luck. We have a lot of artists in our community as well, so good luck with drawing. That's awesome. Truly, I wouldn't even know who to guess as top tier for this list just because you picked so many of them. She's very iconic and has a degree of moral grayness, also a degree of outfit grayness. Yeah. What are we picking if we're picking a Yennefer? Let's look at this image. That is so tiny. Open image in new tab. It's not the worst. It's not the best. We could probably do Yennefer a little better. Hmm. Miss Yennefer of what is it? Like Vengerberger or something? Ven something? Venger. It was Vengerberg. She's one Berg. Yennefer of Vengerberg. Thank you for that one, Wanderer. That was almost a big miss on my part. Because I did at least consider Jessica Rabbit, and I just was like struggling so much I wasn't happy with it. Any of the pictures I could find. But I at no point in this list remembered Yennefer at all. So we're gonna save these and move all these tabs back over. Ah, God. Back to the other window with you. You get to officially be credited, Wanderer, as the 10th contributor to the list. Congratulations. It's a prestigious club. Very entertaining, though, that again, it was that. We only had 3 men contribute to the list. And some of their picks were relatively unexpected. This character was one of them, so I have no idea who this is. The cute design, though. But no clue who this is. Same thing with this one. I don't know her. Yeah, that's a fun one. Artemis, 2 gay men's picks. Lol. Yeah, that's true, actually. We only had 1 straight man contribute to the list. Incredibly funny. Wait, Eve, how mainstream are you trying to go here? I don't think I'm intentionally trying to make it super mainstream, but I am curious why you ask and or what suggestion you're going to have. We are attempting to mildly broaden the options. We're going a little maybe less for mainstream and a little more for iconic. Some of these characters are iconic, but not necessarily mainstream. Some of them are very iconic within their like niche place they exist. Stuff like that. But we're not like intentionally trying to cover our mainstream bases. I got pointed out, not intentionally, but based on reactions. Yeah, we're trying to be mildly mainstream, but also Balalaika is here. So I was just thinking Padme Amidala, but she's so obvious that I wonder if you left her / Star Wars out on purpose. No, I actually didn't leave Star Wars out on purpose. I do think Padme is perhaps a good pick. Let's go back to Google and let's drag the tabs back. They've returned, but what do we get? By the logic of most of what we've done here, and the way we've been picking these choices, I've like obligated myself to pick this image. Which is not a flattering image. I am curious, Ox, what you think the most iconic Padme outfit is, or if it's not actually truly the Queen one, which is iconic, but not, like, good. The dress one, I think, for memes is highly iconic, but only if because that one meme is super popular. But I am curious which one you would pick. I shied a little, like, so, okay, here's a thing that's definitely happening on the list. I shied away from a lot. I think I misunderstood the criteria. No, I think you probably understood the criteria correctly, but I think you're running into a self-imposed thing I've been doing, which is I am picking the character's most iconic or original look. And so, like, most of the ones I've been actually gunning for the original look as much as I can. So there are a lot of these that are like, that's why we have this rogue as opposed to many other rogue images we could get. Why we have this Tifa when there's a lot of other things we could be Tifaing with ourselves here. Let's just go pull up a Tifa. Google search. See, the problem is when I now search Tifa, I'm just going to get a metric ton of Final Fantasy Remake screenshots. So, like, this is the version of this character that's going to be most recognizable to the modern audience. But we're running with this one because I'm like, I don't actually care about that, though. I care about what is the iconic original thing that made this character popular. And, like, this character is mega popular, but it's because Final Fantasy VII, the original, was mega popular. This is her art from the original game. And so it's here instead of a remake screenshot. So this is not like criteria for being on the list, but it is my criteria of how I'm selecting the images for the list. And so, like, with Padme, I would question exactly what image I should use, because I think maybe if I don't want to use the default one, I have to use the goofy crop top one. The not crop top. I mean, the field dress was the one that most made me want to be her, so there's that. Yeah, and I think that the field dress is an incredibly cute outfit. I mean, I guess that's why we just have a search option that's to bring up Oh, she had an interesting that it brought up so much of a different dress, but because I want that one. Interesting. But yeah, this dress. So, like, we could put this one. We could put Padme in general, but one of the reasons that I really wanted to. It's why the list is so, like, dominated by, like, animated video game characters, all that stuff, as opposed to movie characters, is because I don't love putting characters where it's like, okay, the thing that's going to happen here is like, is what's her face, whose name I'm surprisingly forgetting. But is Padme carrying this, or is Natalie Portman carrying this? Would we put, say we had two different Natalie Portman characters, would we put them both? Would we bother to do that? Or we would just be like, well, I mean, it's Natalie Portman. Yes, she's good looking. Congratulations, friends. We did it. Would we rank Natalie Portman characters different from each other based on their portrayals? I'm a little curious what you thought the criteria was then exactly. I thought we were going for fictional women generally considered hot, which is, I think, not wrong. What are you now thinking the criteria is? Because I do think that that's right. No. So the list is fictional women generally considered hot. That is correct. The problem is that I have a list of 100, and any one that I now add, I have to go in and I have to axe another one from the list. I have to go choose who I want to remove to include anyone else at this point. And so, yes, I think Padme would be good enough to knock somebody else off this list. I have some incredibly niche, obscure things in here that I'm just like, okay, yes. IDK, any other Natalie Portman characters? Yeah. But yeah, so no. Padme is by far the prettiest woman in the pre-Disney Star Wars. IDK the post-Disney movies well enough to say for sure. Yeah. So I don't know. I think you understood the list correctly, Ox. I think you maybe not quite grabbing, Or maybe the trouble was more with how I described how I'm picking which images to use for the tier list, is I think where I might have caused confusion with that, because your original assessment of what the content of the tier list is correct. Fictional women generally considered iconic is not at all a consideration. In regards to saying, like, Yennefer and Jessica Rabbit are iconic, I am saying it in that they're iconic as, like, on the pantheon of hot woman characters in things. Yennefer and Jessica Rabbit are very high on that kind of zeitgeist level, and I just did not consider one of them at all. And I did consider one, I just really struggled with it. I'd like to include her. But I do think that Padme is a good pick. Yeah, we're looking for the Awooga mommy characters, drool-inducing. This is what this is what the list is. That's what we're trying to put together. And okay, to be fair, IDKY, you have Janeway on here when you could have Troy or Dr. Crusher. Those are way more generally considered hot. You're not wrong. Janeway is a bit on here because A, I really like Janeway. B, I have a really suspicious idea that I'm pandering to my audience as well with some of these picks. I already know who's going to be taking this tier list, and I know that Janeway is going to do better than Troy or Crusher with the target demographic of the list. That's another thing that's happening here. This is specifically why Vasquez is on the list, why Trinity is on the list. They are iconic characters, and this is why 7 of 9, interestingly, is here, because I do think they gave her the sexy bodysuit, let's be real. But, like, certain characters are sneaking into the list. I would call them less iconic. Some of them are less iconic. Some of them are not. Like, Trinity's super iconic. I have to be lying to you to say that Trinity's not super iconic. Let's be real, but some of these characters are on the list. And so Janeway, really good example of Janeway's on the list because I suspect with the women that are going to be doing my tier list here that Janeway is going to do better. That's really it. Okay, I see your 7 of 9 and raise you. I'm not sure even how to say that. T-pole from Enterprise. Let's go. We're doing it. We're dragging the thingy back over. Let's go. I don't think I know who this character is. Enterprise. Okay, never mind. I do know who this character is. I do know who she is. I just would not have come up with her name at all. Enterprise is not the most popular show, but I love it. Yeah, I know this was the one that came out, I want to say, around like 2001. Let's see. Enterprise. Hey, let's go. I knew that off the top of my head. 2001 to 2005. I know this is an interesting middle show that was not super popular. I've never seen Enterprise. I do recognize this character. I really only know original series, Star Trek, and Deep Space Nine. Enterprise was the first to really serialize a season. Gotcha. Which is all the modern shows do. Yeah, gotcha. I am only super familiar with characters from Next Generation and Voyager. Those were the two that were airing for me when I was young. Or not airing, but those. One of them was, I think Voyager was airing, and I think Next Generation was in reruns. And I think that's why I'm most familiar with those shows. But anyway, yeah. So like I said, it is a hot lady tier list. But I'm also not trying, like, I am to some degree trying to broaden the list. But I also, you are on some level getting the fact that I made the list. And so that is going to reflect. Time check if you still want to play League. Yeah, we'll still play one game, so let's get into the queue. We've gotten quite distracted. Oh, look, we got some stuff. Did we get to the box? No, the box is next. Let's get the queue fired up. But yeah, I will consider adding a Padme. I do, again, think... Oh, we don't have the audio. Oh, it's because we're still on the desktop. Whoopsie daisy. Now we're on the League. The League page. We do not have League audio. I'll take a look at Padme's, though. Again, I think by my own criteria of image selection, I gotta do Padme dirty, and I gotta pick Queen Amidala Padme. Which is quite funny, but people will know. People who know. That's a little bit of the mantra I've been taking with choices I've made for the list. People who know, and other people... they should know. I want to say that Padme probably slipped through the original picks. I don't love this. We have physical, could go mage, physical, and switch to another physical. The only other champion that I really play that I would like to play is Belveth, but Belveth is a physical damage champion, so I can't save our comp damage-wise. I could pick Kaisa and guarantee go magic, which might be worth doing here. That way we have physical, a little bit of hybrid both, and then I can go heavy into magic damage. And I think this gives us a relatively functional... Oh god, they dodged. Okay. Damn. I can't force Shaco. Ultimately, you can never force Shaco because I fundamentally get two choices, and I will pick the other character and not Shaco. You could really make it hard to not pick Shaco. Actually, there may be a situation where you could force Shaco. I would have to roll Shaco plus another character I absolutely despise, because Shaco is not truly the bottom of that list. There are some other things I would play after I play Shaco. But I have to roll him at the very least. And then roll incredibly badly. Otherwise. Who wins, Shaco or the Flubber? Oh god, Zac. That'd be a hard one. I think Zac would win because I know how to play Zac. He's a tank. Alright, so we're gonna pick Syndra, but we're probably going to switch for Karthus. But just like indicate that I'm going to pick a mage. Oh, maybe we pick Bel'Veth. This is a hard one. The right choice is Karthus, because Karthus, one of my best characters, and also an incredibly frustrating character sometimes to watch other people play. But with this, we have 2 mages, 2 melee physical damage characters, and a support. I think this is a reasonable composition. If one of these 2 switched to a mage, I would consider switching to Bel'Veth. But I don't think they're going to. They seem relatively locked in on the thing they're doing. We don't need to make any changes here. This is all good. And yeah, Ox, people who know, even if I'm the only people who know. Yeah. They should know, though. It's an educational product I'm creating. I lure them in with the promise of hot women, and then I deliver hot women that they don't know, but they should know. So... Alright, so we've bought our items. We're ready to rock. And we're out there immediately. We are the farthest forward. We are the bravest teammate. We're gonna scout ahead with our gate. Do you know which map you're getting during the character picking phase? No, you don't actually. You only learn the map once you are loading in. So anyway, we've got melee, 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 2 ranged. And a lot of physical damage. Physical, 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 physical. They don't actually have almost any magic damage on this comp. We're going to largely be the champion best fighting for some degree of position with my team here. Most of my teammates are really low range. So, early on, we're going to be a really all-in team. They both have to attempt to harass, but also really clear the minion waves and set this up for my teammates. So I have a lot of work to be doing here. And we died, but dying is fine. We got enough for our first big chunk of our item. But yeah, we don't have to build any magic resistance, which is fine. Basically, we were never going to build any resistance of any kind. That only matters for our teammates, because some of them might build resistance. But it does mean some interesting things. One of the things is that a lot of their characters are going to have a really hard time building tankier. Which does help us out. But one of the things that's kind of interesting about that is one of the items that my character really likes to build is this Liandry's Torment. This is good against people who build a lot of HP. They're not going to do that. I still think it's a good item to build, but it's not going to be nearly as efficient as it could be. But I still think it's good, unfortunately. I just think we do so much damage by being in the middle of them all that the fact that I can apply it to every member of their team at once is just so good. It's worth building. I'll make up for it in raw application over efficiency. Because I'm not going to have efficiency on any one particular target, but the fact that I can apply it to every target at once is its own kind of efficiency. So, wow, that's a cool way of saying I can't aim. Cool, we did that. I think the right call here is boots. I think because we want to stay on top of them better here. Wow, that took you a long time to die once you ran out of health. Yep. It's the benefit of my character is that I get 7 whole seconds once I die. I take this for the ultimate cooldown refresh. If you notice, that significantly refunded my ultimate right there. Took about 30 seconds off. Each plant hit takes about 10. So it's just really good for me. My ultimate is incredibly powerful in this kind of game because, again, it applies my damaging effects to everyone on their team at once. Oh, this is the one where you get to be a ghost? Yep, that's the character I'm playing right now. I get a lot of seconds of ghost time afterwards. So it benefits me to die a lot. Because I just apply damage to them, then I die, then I reset, I buy more items, and the next time we do it, I do even more damage. Then I'm back, and I can hopefully defend this tower. My team here. That guy flashed to get out of that. Oh, but then he got hit by the Annie right there. He's so low, though. He's done this thing where he's blown everything to escape. Except he's so weak now that he's gonna really struggle to contribute. And then eventually I'm gonna get my ultimate back, and I'm just gonna start to throw it down, and maybe I'll connect it onto that character. But again, I die, then I go back. I'm gonna buy another chunk of my next big item here. Oh, they actually just surrendered instead of playing this out. I think they could see... They obviously thought they could see the writing on the wall, because that was an early surrender. That was, yeah. I honor that person. I agree, Ox. An 8-minute surrender is incredibly fast. And I'm kind of curious why they surrender. Well, I mean, I guess their scores are kind of bad. They have a couple people who are really struggling to do well. I think they saw the fact that this guy had so many of our kills that they know he's going to go really bananas. And then we just have a really strong initiation team, but even though I was playing the way that I was, and so again, here, I die the most. I'm dead the most often on my team, but I have... Even this guy who has 12 kills, I have more damage than he does. With my not good kill-death ratio here. And that's like the trick about the way that I play the game, is because I'm doing a lot of the work to make sure my teammates can get a lot of kills. But also I pick up a lot of them too. So, was a good game. I'm pretty confident we were going to win that as well. They seemed to be so confident we were going to win that they just gave up. We take those. Let's see. Do we have anybody to go raid? So we're going to pack it in for the day. We'll go here to Minecraft. We will bring back the Minecraft. We'll go over here. Briefly back to the Minecraft screen. And we'll look around and we'll see if we have anyone to raid, but I also might just call it a day today. So we've gone a little late. I am a little tired. Let's see. Ooh, open the thing. Yeah, so I think that I'll probably just go ahead and call it here. I'm just not feeling it today. And so we will be back on Friday. Friday, we will probably be doing the regular things that we do. I will be here after the anime club that I host, where we're watching Frieren. It's very exciting. We're gonna start getting into the final... We're in the back half of Frieren. We're getting close to the last arc. Be very excited. But I will see you all on Friday. I hope you have a great rest of the week. I look forward to hearing from anybody who's free on Friday and can make it to stream what they got up to the rest of the week. Maybe I will catch some of you at your own streams. We'll see who's streaming. Every time you say Frieren, I think expensive Ren. That's fun. And yeah, Discord, we have a Discord. I do want to check this if this works, Socks. Just, we're not going to do this, but I do want to see if I set this command up correctly, the raid message command. See if it does what I wanted it to do. Hey, it did the thing. Anyway, as I promised last stream, we do have a raid message command now, so hooray for us. It works correctly. I can change it if you would like it to be one. Just all one word, Ox. You will likely use it the most, so how would you like that? Just an exclamation mark raid? A space says to me it's a command and it's argument. Gotcha. I would rather go raid message or raid message. Well, I can slam it down into one. Okay. Does it bother you that I've capitalized them all? We have raid MSG when we want to steal flavor enhancer. I reflexively capitalize things, so does it bother you that they're capitalized? No, because I don't have to. The commands don't seem to be case sensitive. Okay. Cool. Well, anyway, now it is one word. So you do not have to worry about the space. You, like I said, you will probably be the one to use it the most, so I want to make it convenient in that regard. We have 4 commands. I've only ever seen 3 of them used. The last one is very funny, and I'm curious if anyone will actually ever accidentally use it or figure out what the last one is. We do actually, you can just go see the command list. There is a 4th command that exists as of currently that has no good reason to be used, but it is funny. There's like truly no situation in which it's going to come up, but it's there. Yeah, so like I said, we'll be back on Friday. What if I'm really disappointed with how something turned out and I'm like, exclamation mark rats? Well, you might get it then. But I love that. Absolutely love that. Copy pasta. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats make me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. Yeah, Artemis, in case you ever need it, there is an exclamation mark rat command. And you can just get it to spit that out whenever you think is appropriate. When will that be? I don't know, but that is at your discretion to figure out when rat is appropriate. Exclamation mark ratist should be a synonym for artist. Be funny. Artemist. Also pretty good. But yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and pack it in for the evening. Thank you all for coming. We'll be back on Friday with more Minecraft and another game of League of Legends. I am going to try to coordinate a very interesting collab, actually. Will probably end up being on a Friday. I do not think it will be next Friday. It will not be the Friday after that either. I'll tell you here, Ox, I am going to potentially... Well, no, I'm going to try to see if the long-fabled League of Legends themed collaboration with our friend of the channel, Nim, can be scheduled. But it'll be an interesting one because the other thing that we discussed was with my now excess bulk of Riftbound cards of actually going through with Nim and making Nim a Riftbound deck. It'd be very funny if you streamed next Friday. It would be very funny if I streamed next Friday. You're not wrong. It would be a very different kind of stream if I streamed next Friday, however. So... But yeah, so we might actually be trying to do a Riftbound stream with Nim. And then we will be sending Nim a deck of Riftbound cards. We may actually then play on-stream games with Nim. It would be very funny. We will slowly, yeah, send the actual physical deck. We got enough cards for it. Play hand cam games against Eve. You and Artemis should design your own TCG. We could. I think Artemis would do the art and I would do like the game design. Be a lot of work though. I think it's more work for the artist than it is for the game designer. I think conceptually game design is harder, but less work. Because you can really mess up game design quite easily. But it's also like not a lot of actual physical labor to do the game design. Would be maybe fun though to... I think a fun thing we could do maybe Ox is actually to do like fake TCG cards for like do one for me, do one for Artemis. Like maybe I'll commission that as actually just fake TCG cards of us. So that, and use them as just like stream. Yeah, you could do one for Ox. Hot Ox. For Artemis. Oh, I like that. I used to love doing stuff like that for my friend group. Yeah, it would be cool kind of if our like big community thing was, since Riftbound and the card game is a big part of our community and people here, that might actually just be a really fun thing to do, is that, like, iconic members of our community, we make you a card in our card game. So just fun stuff like that. Do interesting things. But I think that would be the place to start. Doing one for me and doing one for Artemis. But yeah, so we will be doing potentially a card game related stream with Nim. That should be a lot of fun. It probably won't be for at least 2 to 3 weeks. I actually don't even, it might just be longer because whenever we can get that into the schedule. But I think Nim and I have more overlap of being able to do stuff on Fridays as opposed to like when we were trying to do the Space Marine stream. And I think Nim and I were both able to do more Fridays, and then Vin wasn't able to do Fridays. So I think it shouldn't be the hardest to get it scheduled. We just gotta actually talk about when to do it. Because we've already talked about doing it. We just gotta figure out now. Like, I'm actually gonna be like, hey, let's actually schedule the thing we talked about. So it should be fun. I'm gonna work on that. That'll be my next thing now that I've got that command. Hosting what I would call our first scheduled collab. We have already had our first collab. That was a very more impromptu Ox and I working on the tunnel, and like the day of, Ox being like, hey, do you want to work on the tunnel? Now that I've got that command, I imagine the command is schedule Nim collab. It's pretty fun. Yeah, so like I said, I'll be back Friday though. We could keep yapping forever. Let's go ahead and get this wrapped up. So thank you all for being here. I will see you back on Friday. Should be here. I don't see a reason not. Get this yapped up. Yeah. We're yappers. We're yapping. But, yeah. So I'll see you all on Friday. Have a great night, everybody. Goodbye. Goodbye.